Alright, good morning everyone, selamat pagi. How are you feeling today? Okay, I hope you're all feeling excited as we move into the most anticipated parts of our events, the group presentations. Alright, over the past several days, our participants have been working hard on their assignments, and today we will see the result of their efforts. Alright, before we begin, I would like to introduce our distinguished panel of judges who will be evaluating each group's presentation. Good morning, Dr. Isnan. Good morning, Dr. Uli. Good morning, Dr. Lim. And please join me in welcoming Dr. Fazil from UITM. All right, we're grateful to have such an esteemed panel of experts with us today to provide their valuable feedback. And now, here's how today's presentation will work. We'll have four amazing groups and each working on a different project site. And group one has been focusing on Pajak Ikan Lama. And the second group have been working on Kesawan Square. And group three have been working on historic Masjid Lama. And group four has been working on the Hindu market. All right, each group will have 30 minutes to present their work, and this includes time for Q&A and also feedback from judges. All right, and after all four presentations, we'll announce the best group during the closing ceremony. All right, now to keep things exciting, we'll be using a spin wheel to determine the order in which group will present. And now let's do the spin wheel. First group who will present today is group 4. I have been working on Hindu market project. All right, group 4, where's group 4? Group 4, are you ready? Okay, you can come forward. Moderator, please prepare the presentation screen. All right, are you ready, group 4? Okay, let's begin the presentation.
Okay, good morning everyone. We are from District 4. So today our group will present our study on the urban regeneration of Hindu market and our proposal for its future development. So I will introduce our dedicated teams. I'm Rizma. So this is Nabil, Chia, Telis, Yat, Bila and Tanisha. Okay. So urban regeneration is a transformative process aimed at revitalizing areas that have faced economic, social, and environmental decline, markets cultural, historical, and economic value within urban areas, and the Hindu market is no exceptions. In our presentation, we will explain about history of Jalan Hindu. Okay, wait, Jalan Hindu. Jalan Hindu Hasa apa tu? Hasanan. Hasawan. So, firstly, Jalan Hindu located in Kesawan areas of Medan, Indonesia, has a rich historical background. Early at 20th century, Medan became a key economic center in northern Sumatra due to its thriving plantation industry. So during this period, Kesawan emerged as a vibrant commercial district attracting diverse populations, including significant Indian and Chinese communities. Then next, Jalan Hindu in particular became a cultural and religious hub for the Indian community with the establishment of temples and business that cater to their needs over the years. The area has retained its historical charms with colonial era building and religious landmark still standing as a testament to its diverse cultural heritage. Today, Jalan Hindu remain an important cultural and historical site in Medan, reflecting the city's rich multicultural past. So this is the timeline of Jalan Hindu Hasawan. So firstly is about plantation economy spark growth. Medan, a key commercial hub in northern Sumatra, grew rapidly due to the plantation economy. The Kesawan area becomes central to this growth, with Jalan Hindu emerging as a prominent commercial street heavily influenced by the Indian community at 1890s to 1910s. So next is multicultural identity. Jalan Hindu established with various business run by Indian immigrants, features a mix of colonial era and Indian architecture, reflecting Kesawan multicultural nature. So in 1940, it's about impact of Japanese occupations. During the Japanese occupations, 1942 until 1945, Jalan Hindu experienced disruption but gradually returns to commercial activity post-occupations. So next is post-independence commercial hubs in 1950 to 1960. After Indonesian independence, Jalan Hindu remained a commercial hub in Medan, retaining its Indian and Chinese business despite political and economic changes. Next, in 1970s, is about modernization. In the 1970s, urbanization accelerates, introducing modern influence to Jalan Hindu alongside its historic features. Next, 1980 until 1990, modernization altered historic character. Modernization impact Jalan Hindu with new development altering its historic character, prompting effort to preserve the area cultural heritage. In 2000, challenges in preservations. Ongoing urbanization and commercial pressures continue to transform Jalan Hindu challenging preservation effort as the area adapt to contemporary needs. And lastly, 2010 until now, balancing development and heritage. Jalan Hindu is part of Medan urban landscape with initiative to balance modern development of its historical and cultural heritage. So next. Next is location plan. This is our site location, which is located at Medan Barat. And so about Jalan Hindu, the site located at Jalan Hindu in the heart of Kesawan Medan, Indonesia, hold a unique blend of historical significance and urban vibrancy. Jalan Hindu known for its cultural heritage. It's a prominent area within Medan that reflect the diverse history and tradition of the city. This area is characterized by its mix of colonial architecture and religious landmarks, and its thriving local community, making it a key point of interest for both local and visitors. The site strategic location within Medan urban fabric provides a significant opportunity for development while preserving its historical essence. The surrounding environment is a bustling hub of activity, offering a dynamic context for any landscape of architectural intervention. So next. Next, I will pass to Bila.
For next slide, natural landscape. For the first three buffer zones alongside the Lee River. A line of trees along the Lee River stabilizes the river bank, prevents erosion, and supports local wildlife, contributing to environmental sustainability. Second, shrubs and tree at the end of the road. At the road's end, shrubs and mature tree from a green focal point, enhancing the area's aesthetic and serving as a transition to natural surroundings. Next slide. These infographics showcase the area's unique character through the tangible and intangible elements. Tangible aspects include colonial architecture, vibrant street markets, and old shop houses. Intangible elements are shaped by the cultural heritage of Indian and Chinese, spiritual landmarks, and the area's rich commercial history. A strong sense of community and cultural memory further define identity. Next slide.
So for the land use in this area is mostly a commercial area, abundant space, and residential area. For the occupancy is, as you can see, the yellow part is occupied and the orange mark is unoccupied. And the next is the heritage area. There's some of heritage building as Warenhuis and Kopi Apek, and the rest of it with a dark blue mark is suspected to be a heritage. Number story of building, mostly in this area is a two-story, two-level floor and three-level. The next is circulation. So the circulation in this area is a primary road, serve as main arteries handling the bulk of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. and linking Kesawan to other parts of Medan. And there's some point of interest. As you can see, there is Warren Hus, Kopi Apek, and Hindu Market. Point of social culture, there is Hindu Market. Pasar Hindus stand as a vibrant socio-cultural landmark in Medan, renowned for its rich heritage and tradition. Its bustling atmosphere and array of authentic local delicates attract both locals and tourists, making it a crucial site for cultural exchange and economic activity. Next slide. Another point of social culture in this area is Kopi Apek. So Kopi Apek is not a place only to enjoy coffee, but it's also an important part of social and cultural fabric of Medan. And the traffic roads divide by two, which is primary roads. The primary roads in Kesawan area, including Jalan Hindu itself, serve as major arteries, for traffic flow, and these roads are crucial for the movement of both vehicle and pedestrians, acting as the main thoroughfares for local commerce, tourists, and daily commuting. And there are some secondary roads. The secondary roads in Kesawan area primarily provide access to local business, residential areas, and smaller commercial and less traffic compared to primary roads, offering a more intimate and pedestrian-friendly environment. And lastly, the district in this area is divided. We divided in two zones, which is the zone one is historical district. As a historical district, Kesawan is a home to significant landmarks and architectural treasure that reflects the city's colonial past and multicultural roots. And the second zone is a commercial district with bustling markets, shops, and business that contributes to local economy. Okay, for the next.
Okay, challenge and opportunities. Okay, so strengths, heritage building, the presence of histories, structures like Pasar Hindu, Kopi Apex, and Warren Huis, and significant and architectural value the area for strategic location, situation in the heart of Medan. The sites benefit from high visibility and achieving potential for commercial and cultural activities. Okay, weaknesses. and abundant space. The presence of neglect and new areas within a site and from its overall opera and can lead to safety contract. Social includes the area may be affected by social challenges such as poverty or lack of community and engagement with development effort and community driven initiatives. Opportunities, uh, reflection protection. There is significant opportunity the reflection the abundant space, turning them into vibrant public areas or commercial zones. They complement the heritage buildings. Tourism development, the history and culture significance of the site offers potential for developing heritage tourism, which can boost local business and increase visitor engagement. Community engagement initiatives to address social issues through community programs of partnerships can strengthen the local community and change the area of well-being.
Threats, urban development pressure. Ongoing urbanization in Medan could threaten the preservation of heritage sites, leading to potential loss of historical value. Neglect of heritage site. Without proper maintenance and conservation efforts, the heritage building could deteriorate, leading to a decline in their cultural and economic value. Social unrest, persistent social issues, if left unaddressed, could include and negatively impact the safety, security, and attractiveness of the area. Challenges. The area faces social issues such as community disengagement and economic disparities, alongside the presence of abandoned space that detract from the area vibrancy. This challenge require thoughtful intervention to revitalize neglected areas and address social needs effectively. Opportunities by revitalizing Pasar Hindu and integrating new public space, walkways, and improve connectivity with the river. The project can stimulate economic growth through increased tourism and local commerce. This transformation offers the chance to foster social cohesion and by creating inclusive, engaging space for community interaction. Ultimately, the project can drive positively change in Kesawan and changing the city's cultural appeal and economic vitalities while addressing pressing social issues.
So we move to our visions. So based on our observation, uh, our vision is actually to transform Pasar Hindu into a vibrant city, and in area of Kasawan, so that Pasar Hindu actually can be bold as a vibrant city. And then our aim is to regenerate back the history of the spaces and integrating modern amenities. So we aim to immersive and different experience and attract both local tourists, people to come at Jalan Hindu. So our focus is, we have three focus in economy, heritage, and social. Next.
Next. So this is our three principles, like an objective of our proposal. We have foster community and economic growth because we want to transform a neglected area into a neglected and unutilized areas into a vibrant public spaces by introducing a new walkway, path, and green areas. So for the next objective is we want to revitalize back the abandoned spaces. We want to design a new space for local community to start a business, for markets, galleries, and performance spaces. And next is we want to integrate back the river. We want people to connect with the river itself by develop a new a new waterfront promenades and scenic viewpoint. So next.
So this is our proposal for urban regeneration. So they have three proposal of places that we want to develop for our future development. So first is
So as you guys can, this is Jalan Raden Saleh Dalam. So as you can see, we actually improvise back the lane, and we put bench, and it actually play a role as art streak at this Jalan Raden to create a vibrant city.
so this is before the before, and this is after our proposal. So next is Jalan Perdana. So firstly, we want to develop the paint for the historical building have been repainted to secure and preserve the quality and the value of heritage treasure. Next, Yellow Lane, which is to provide the accessibility to the blind to use the sidewalk easily. So next, little landscape for the aesthetic. So next. So this is the comparison. So this before and after. So next.
So next, this is the graphic we want to show that we enhance back the neglected spaces, which is green areas. We transform it into a street art. Next. Okay, as you can see, the same place. So basically, we utilize back the land by providing a huge opportunity to local and resident by implement kind fun interactive to an interactive area. So as you can see, our study we also look it into Copenhagen as a case study, and we implement it our sign at Jalan Hindu.
So this is about the live sketching that we made. So our strategy is make it the comparison sketches for the condition of the site or places before and the after. So the first one we have Pasar Hindu. So this one is the current situation of the Pasar Hindu. And we can see it is too compact and also too hot at here. And the idea is to organize the circulation of the people around Pasar Hindu. So what are the improvement that we made in our future proposal design is to create the by polycarbonate material. So that polycarbonate material is actually the material with transparent roofing sheet lah. So that still allow the natural sunlight the lane lah. Okay. So next. This is the condition at Jalan Jan Ahmad Yani. So we can see the improper and not well maintenance of electric cable at Jalan Ahmad Yani, and it creates negative space and block of view. So what we do for this cable is we um, uh, put the cable underground to organize the cable for look not too messy lah, to make the spaces become well maintained. Next. So this is the wearing hues. The current situation, we can see the building show still undergoing the construction for regenerate project. Okay, so in future we hope that this wearing hues building will provide more benefits lah to the audience around the Kesawan. We put the gate to make the building more protected with greenery elements. Next. So this is the maintenance of the riverside. We can see it's very poor and dangerous for passerby. Also, the landscape view is ruined by the pollution. We can see in the sketches, the walkway also looks very poor, and it is not safe lah for the audience to walk by because the bolat is in not a good condition. So this is the proposal. We built aesthetic barrier along the river to secure the safety for the pass-by. Next. And then this is the tree vegetation which block the view of the building facade and the existing pedestrian. The potential area has been wasted. So what we want to propose is to cut down the tree, and then the empty space we just continue with the cafe, as along the street is all the blocks consist of cafe and rest. Okay, next. That's all for.
For the yeah, then I don't have to shout so much, for the really interesting ideas that you had to start with it. What I'm a little concerned of is that you want to cut trees, or the public space that you are proposing behind the Warenhuis is plastered again. As we know, when we walk in the city, everything is very hot because a lack of greenery. So, and now we have a space that is not built up so far. So I would suggest keeping the green as much as possible. Keep this in mind. Yeah. So green space really makes a difference in terms of climate, also in terms of the wildlife that we have perhaps in the city. And it's also much nicer for the people to walk around. So what we discussed a little bit was this Warenhuis plot of land between the Warenhuis and the river would be a great opportunity to make a garden there. Yeah, so because a garden is not, there are not so many gardens, and to use a public garden to have nice trees, and then to some places where you can sit. And what you or what I thought you proposed so far was really like a sealed space again. And then the other idea there is a tree kind of covering the facade. Yeah, there are so many facades. You can leave one facade out and have another tree. Yeah, so rather use, if there is something as a green opportunity already, try to facilitate it, also to integrate it in any new possibilities that you are planning for the future. But you have really done a really great job related to the very short time. Really cool. So thanks very much, and congrats to the big bird.
I think your presentation is impressive. Congratulations, a group 4. Yeah, I would like to know more about the challenges that you highlighted. Can you try to recap all or one of the challenges that you mentioned, and how you overcome that in your proposal? And what actually is the main attraction for your vibrant city proposal? What is the main attraction? Can you explain further? Yeah, so there are two questions here. First, how are you going to relate your challenges to your proposal? You can explain one example. Okay. Second, what is actually the main attraction for your vibrant city in the Hindu market proposal? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So for the challenges, like what just said just now, the area lacking of vegetation or green area. So I think we need to propose more shaded areas and put some sitting area at there, so that the place will look lively lah, even so that we know the condition at there is too hot, right? And the temperature is rising due to the extensive sunlight, right? So
The challenges and opportunities. So actually the challenges is in our side there have so many abandoned area. So they have to, firstly is social issues, and secondly is too many abandoned area. So our our main area that we highlighted is Pasar Hindu, because that place are so many is a focus point, which is there have so many people at there every day. So is that okay? Next.
Contoh kalau macam yang kita propose ni, as you can see, kita cuma utilize balik. Tapi kita sebenarnya nak menekankan budaya macam pasar itu. So dekat sini sebenarnya kita ada perancangan untuk wujudkan pasar mingguan. Kiranya macam setiap weekend akan ada pasar Hindu yang berada di sini yang akan mewujudkan budaya baru di mana tempat itu akan lebih luas. Di mana orang boleh akses pasar itu bukan sahaja di jalan pasar, namun di sini juga akan mewujudkan ekonomi baru dan memperbaiki lagi kawasan dan menekankan budaya. So untuk soalan interview di pasar itu, okey, sebelum tu yang macam dekat sini ada contoh dekat Malaysia, which is dekat Georgetown, Penang, which is dekat situ kawasan tu ialah kawasan heritage sama macam Medan. So macam mana kalau macam tadi Bu Izki cakap benda ni akan tahan dalam setahun dua, tapi sudah ada contoh di Georgetown which is kami kekalkan heritage tu tahan bertahun-tahun. So jadi di situ telah menjadi attraction of turis untuk datang dan disebabkan perkara yang macam inilah menyebabkan Georgetown tu famous. So bagi kami macam konsep yang kami bukakan ini boleh untuk kekalkan selama bertahun. Bagi kami lah pendapat kami. So untuk pasal Hindu yang tadi. Balik-balik lagi dekat community profile. Okay. Okay. So this kita orang dah buat observation dan interview dekat pasar Hindu penjual-penjual itu. Kenapa kita orang letakkan macam body cabinet punya bumbung? Sebab majoriti yang cakap di situ sebab panas. So kami macam selain untuk macam propose yang baru untuk kekalkan that image of pasar Hindu, kami cuma tambah the body cabinet roof sahaja. Itu saja.
Hello.
Okay, group 3 ready?
Yep.
All right, the time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everybody. We are from District 3 Masjid Lama. We will be talking about the Jalan Masjid Lama at Kesawan. By the way, my name is Najat. This is Husna. This is Nurin. This is Nazla, Primsa, Aiman, and where is Sabik? And Sabik is somewhere in the abyss. Okay. So for today, the study area that we have currently studied during our trip here in Medan is the Jalan Masjid Lama, and also known as Old Mosque Gang Bangkok, which is also, it's actually Bangkok. Sorry, I don't think this is the slides. We have a slide. Right. So for today, we will be talking about Jalan Masjid Lama. We will begin with the introduction and then followed by the vision, principles, analysis of the environment, SWOT analysis, and then proposals of urban regeneration before the conclusion. So the first one, we will be talking about the introduction of Jalan Masjid Lama. The aim of this study is to integrate Masjid Lama Gang social. Blah, blah, blah. Can you hear me? Is it cut off? Okay, so we'll be integrating Masjid Lama Bangkok District social, economic, and cultural aspect through the use of a historic urban landscape. For the scope of this study, all right, this is a very chaotic presentation. Sorry about that. Up, down, sorry. Yeah, all right. So the scope of the study is to determine the opportunities and challenges confronting the Masjid Lama Gang Bangkok district and the historical significant building within. The objectives for the presentation is to encourage preservation of the basin's natural resources and environment, maximize the river corridor's potential as a green network for tourism, recreation, and biodiversity, and also to fully utilize the mixed-use development for this district. Next. So the vision that we have for this is to facilitate and encourage the Old Gang Bangkok district more social, economic, and environmental development in alignment with the concept of sustainable heritage planning, which you are best in a very short time frame. Next. The principles that guide this presentation or this proposal is to establish a comprehensive action plan for social management. We also try to focus on infrastructure maintenance, law enforcement for community safety, effective waste management, and inclusion of landscape feature in public areas. That's what we're missing down there. Okay, so the analysis of the site environment. Let's just begin with the site itself. So the study area is known as Old Mosque Gang Bangkok, which is that great building over there. This area is located in Jalan Masjid with an area, this is Jalan Masjid, with an area of 7.63 hectares. Several main roads that access this study area. Among the following streets are Jalan Masjid itself, which is the main street. This is the river, Jalan Perdana, which is down, Jalan Hindu, which is up, Jenderal Ahmad Yani, and Jalan Palang Merah. This study area is surrounded by existing heritage developments such as the Indonesian Plantation Museum, Maimun Palace, Post Block Medan, London Sumatra Building, and Bank Indonesia Building, which is somewhere that's scattered around this area. Overall, the existing development in the study area is a type of commercial buildings that does business activities such as printing, selling vehicles, and restaurants, and also residential buildings. It's a very chaotic, very compact, dense area. So the history of the site is inseparable from the Dutch colonies and the Delhi Sultanate, even the ethnic Chinese. In general, this area is known for its multi-ethnic background. So it has a lot of influence from the Chinese, the Malays, the Dutch, and also the Arabs, which is the Persian. Arab and Persian, sort of, kind of. Munir would disagree that Persians are Arabs, but anyway. Although Kesawan was still a Malay ethnic village in 1886, it had become a commercial center, particularly after 1899. So historical documents show the region's ties to the Chinese ethnic group, Chong Afi. A Chinese merchant designed it as China mayor received this land and turned it into a commercial district to serve the Dutch colonial government. So what happened was basically Chong Afi was to serve and to give his gratitude towards the Malay Sultanate. He basically began the building of the masjid as a sign of reverence. This Kesawan area was first developed as a two-story semi-permanent store building. However, following a significant fire in 1899, the area was reconstructed using brick and concrete for permanent construction. Ahmad Yani Street was formerly an urban trade route that connected the Dutch colonial authority with the Delhi Sultanate. There is a row of two-story arcade buildings beside the road. In addition to serving as a pedestrian area, the arcade provides individual utilizing the road as a retail street with shelter, restaurants, merchant trade center, and also basically to just hang around. Okay, next. So, in this street, the natural features and heritage object that we can obviously see is the Masjid Lama Bangkok, which is basically the main heritage building. And then surrounding it is Museum Al-Wasiyah, which is behind it. And then we have shop houses, a lot of shop houses, basically all of the shop houses, and the Delhi River, which is somewhere opposite. Unfortunately, the shop houses, which is also the heritage value of this place, cannot be largely identified for the fact that, again, the place is very dense and chaotic, so it's all hidden despite its heritage value. So the one that we can only see, the one that is most obvious, is the mosque itself, which is what we'll be focusing on as well. Next. Right, so the architectural style that we can notice in this Jalan Masjid is basically a Chinese, Malay, Persian, and European combination, because this has a lot of link to the history. Because Chong Afi was the one who built this, so he himself is obviously an ethnic Chinese. He gave this as a combination of styles that he understands, and then contributed by the cultural community, which is the Malay people at the time, and also by the Dutch because of the colonization at the time, and then also by the influence of the Arab people at the time. So it has 4 different styles that's happening around here, but what is most obviously seen, the first time that people saw this masjid, they actually thought it was a Chinese temple because of the way that it looked, and also the colors that they were used. But obviously, as the Muslim community started to take root, they kind of like centrified and put as the yellow to symbolize this, yellow and green to symbolize the Muslim color choice, I suppose. Right, and then there is a European style facades, large windows, balconies, and columns, which again pepper the whole street of the existing heritage buildings. This is obviously to reflect the Dutch colonization at the time, so they brought back their own styles to the street. Next. The Masjid Lama area is one of the areas built during development of the city of the mid-century. So tangible features is, from the things that you can see, is basically the masjid itself, and then there is the museum. And then the intangible features is the culture that comes with it, um, the trade and all the cultural community that is born because of it. Next. Very talking now. Masjid Lama Dominated. Okay. So the function of guys want to start talking? The function of this street is unfortunately the function of the street, which I find unfortunate, is that it has become largely just a commercial hub district, and it sells pretty much the same thing. So it's all printing shop and mostly spare parts, and also restaurants that it can be seen. So not very interesting in terms of like attracting new people that comes with it. It's basically just business and not very enticing business as well. So which is something that I think is one of the weaknesses that we can talk about a lot later. Okay, but okay, so before that, which is very interesting because the only attraction that comes in the street is basically the Masjid Lama. So if you do ask the community, the only thing that attracts them and the only thing that they can focus on is literally just the mosque. So they cannot focus on anything else but the mosque, because the mosque is the only thing that actually creates a cultural hub. Because everything else is merchants, everything else is well, you know, it's a day-to-day thing where people just come for business and there's no actual interaction that goes beyond meaningful things. Okay, next, thank you. So the image of the site. So this is, again, we focus on the mosque because again, it's a landmark and it's the only interesting site that we can focus on. But it has, if you were to study deeper, it has all the notes and all the paths that we can take to it. But again, we are not able to focus on these things because again, there is no actual points of interest that we can focus on. Next. Population by age group is almost 50-50, but with the men being more than the women. And the age group is basically elderly. So it's a middle age crisis. Wait, it's, what do you call that? From people from 30s to 50s being the most. Yeah, as you can see. And then, but there are also a lot of elderly. So it's a pretty big group of people who actually age in that area. Next. Right. Huh?
Okay, for SWOT analysis, for strength in our site is Masjid Lama Gang Bangkok can attract the cultural tourism that strengthens community identity. Next is Madrasah Al-Wasliyah can serve a hub for educational and religious activity, fostering community engagement. And lastly is Daily River can become a scenic and recreation asset for the community. So next, for the weakness, some part of the area may have a poor road infrastructure needs repair. For example, in our site, if you can see, if you can see the electric cable, so many, so this
All right, so okay. Basically, the weaknesses for this area is what you can obviously see is that it is a very scattered, very dense and messy area. And one of the big weaknesses is also the messy cabling that happens across the entire street. But what we have been told by the community itself that actually a lot of work has been ongoing to actually hide the cables underneath. So there's no longer just cables running across the what do you call it? The sky view. So a lot of them have already gone underneath. Indiscriminate disposal of waste, and this has to do with a lot of like the civic mindedness. I think there is not enough trash receptacles, but also even if there is not enough civic mindedness to throw trash where they should be. And there is also mismanagement, maintenance. So all these things, that's something that we have to consider. Next, it's also the Delhi River, sorry, not next. Okay, so sorry, the Delhi River near the mosque suffers from significant pollution. So this is something that we have observed from one of my teammates, Nurin, that went there. Was it Nurin and Primsa? Yeah, so they went there, and the river, Delhi River, is significantly problematic for them. So this could affect how the entire space is also reflected upon the people. The threats, again, the parts of the surrounding neighborhood has become desolate with abandoned buildings and lack of activity, creating an eerie atmosphere. The lack of waste management, again, in that area will give flood causes because it will trap rubbish, and when it rains, it will clog, and thus it will flood the area. But opportunities, it can also be a source of water for the use of local environment and local community if it was cleaned enough and it was healthy enough for recreation and for use, which is already what they are using. But imagine if it was cleaner and better and it was just be, well, a lot more meaningful. Sungai Delhi can also become a recreational area that direct people's interest. So right now, it is not used apart from whatever they are used right now by the people around it. But I think if they clean it and they make it better and they focus on making that as an interest of sight, it can actually grow into something so much deeper, because after all, a lot of things start from the river and a lot of things will expand from the river as well. Okay, now next.
Okay, for the proposal of urban regeneration, next. The first thing that we want to do is to revitalize the Delhi River as a river corridor. So it will stabilize the Delhi River's bank by reducing erosion and flood risk. And it's also create a recreational space by enhancing the area's aesthetic and providing a communal gathering spot. And the time period is about, from the phase one is from 2024 until 2027. For the phase two is 2028 until 2031. And for the phase three is about in 2032 until 2035. And then for the second is we also want to implement the site with the bioswales and also provide a proper drainage system, which is it have an effective drainage system that would prevent the site from the flooding and managing the stormwater runoff. So this solution will improve our water quality and also reduce the flood damage and making the area more safe from the flooding. And next. The third is we want to provide also the underground cable, which is rerouting the overhead cables underground that will resolve the current issue of cable mesh around the Masjid Lama Bangkok, and also improve both of safety and visual appearance of the area. And this also will reduce the risk of electrical hazard and make the streetscape is more orderly, aesthetic, and pleasing. And it's also improved the urban environment that would benefit residents by creating a more harmonious and safe for the public space, and also enhance the quality of life of the community and also the tourists. And then for the water, we also want to propose the water treatment plant, which is we want to build a water treatment plant to purify water from the Delhi River that could address the several water pollution issues and improving the quality of water for the community and for the community use, and also restoring the river's natural beauties and it's also have a good positive impact on biodiversity and also reduce the health risk associated with polluted water, and also it create a cleaner environment for residents, and more street water could be used for irrigations and other community needs, and making the area more sustainable. And that's we also want to propose a bazaar Bangkok streets that transform the part of a neighbor into bazaar Bangkok street and bustling market area that would stimulate economic activities and draw both local and tourists to the site. And this market could features a local craft, such local craft, food, culture product, and also providing a source for the community income. And the bazaar also serve as a social hub, fostering a sense of community and making the surrounding of Masjid Lama more vibrant and lively. And next is we want also to propose a green shadow and a green buffer at the site, which is planting trees and shrub around the mosque, around the mosque streets that would provide a shaded, reduce heat, and improve the air quality. And this green space will create a more comfortable and tranquil environment for visitors. And the green buffer could act as a noise barrier and enhance the tranquility of the mosque surroundings. And
next slide. Next project is the river trash trap. Installing trash traps in the river and drainage channels would capture garbage before it pollutes the water, improving cleanliness and protecting the environment, which would enhance local living conditions. And next is the guest house. The presence of a guest house will also help revitalize the area, counteracting the ghost town effect by increasing foot traffic and local businesses opportunities. So next.
And this is a visualization of a river corridor. There are trees in this area for the green shadow, and the proposed corridor in this area for community gathering in this area, and for the trees, if people visit this area, they can walk comfortably. Okay, next slide, please. And this is a retaining wall, because river step and retaining wall in this area, and this is a river step under river corridor.
Okay, so in conclusion, what we are trying to do is Masjid Gang Lama Bangkok district is special because it's located next to the Del River, which makes it stand out. It is also basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to utilize this Del River as the main point and try to enhance the area around it so that it can also bring back vibrancy to the masjid community, to the masjid area community. It is also, when it comes to piquing the interest of the locals and visitors about Kesawan's past, the district heritage development pattern is significant. So this is something that we try to bring back by hoping to first clean the area and tidy up all the mess, And then we try to revitalize the heritage cultural values by bringing back what is important to the site, which is basically the buildings and the heritage and the look and the appearance. And then we will develop plans to bring back heritage and culture. By this, we mean something like to do with the arts or bazaars and things that basically highlight the community itself. Development plans is to be considered the local heritage and culture in light of the changing times so that future generation can experience things that their forefathers did. What is interesting about this area is that as we did interview the people were disagreeable when it comes to bringing tourists into the area. So what they want is that they want the heritage values to be highlighted, but bringing it back for the local population. So it's not so much they are not interested in becoming like Bali, for example. So they don't actually want foreign tourists, so to speak, but they would want people maybe from the local community or Indonesians themselves to come and reflect on what this Kawasan area used to mean for the people back in the day. So that's all for our presentation today. Thank you. Questions? If you have, if you don't, it's fine. I'm good with no questions.
Thank you for the presentations. My name is Willy. I'm the representative of local government here. But Wisnen didn't brief me as one of the final assessor here, so I a bit surprised. Okay, thank you. Can we go back to your vision of the plan?
Cepat, Pak.
Yeah, vision.
Vision.
Okay. Yeah, I think I completely agree with your SWOT analysis that you strengthening the potential of this your area is most all as Delhi River as potential to represent natural resources there. Analyze about drainage system, waste management, and so on. And the third one is dense populations. Is I think it's unique. Yeah, if you can, if you have found about a shanty town in Brazil, that you can apa ya? You can highlight the dense population to be one of the potential area to develop on your plan. So I think there are, and the last one is culinary. The old gang Bangkok is also famous with the culinary that you haven't put in or your strength SWOT analysis as one of the strength. So I think there are four strength of this area. Then it hasn't combined on your vision. So I completely agree with your SWOT analysis, but the four that I say about the strength of this area, you can combine this four for as in your visions. As in my yeah, so since to make Masjid Lama as a focal point, you can identify that is there any possible space to make park in this Masjid Lama surroundings. How did you analyze or do you identify that is it possible to make a park or a space, more space to make a almost as a focal point on this area? You can answer that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Is it possible? And then also that you revitalize on the river corridor. Is it possible as we have a regulation that you cannot make a retain wall as sempadan sungai itu apa ya bahasa Inggrisnya? Buffer area since we have a regulation that 15 meters of the river cannot build. We can build any kind of buildings. 15 meters. So yeah, as a buffer or a belt. Yeah, for safety the river, for the safety the river. Yeah. We cannot permit the building to 15 meter after the this. Yeah. So you mentioned about the bazaar or something that do you identify where's the location? So you cannot also mention about the mass component, but you have to think about the space area that possible or not, since the location is very dense with population. Then you cannot explore more about the dense population, since I know that it's very unique. We can symbolize this area as a tolerance of multi-region, since you know that there is most for Muslims, then the activity is dominant for Chinese, so the culinary is for Arabic. You mentioned about the so you can more explore more about this component to symbolize the tolerance of multi-region or so on. But it's good for the
Thank you. Noted.
effort. Thank you.
Okay. For one of the questions that he asked, whether we identify spaces for parks. So we cannot call it parks in its true form, but we can call it pocket parks, which is basically sites that we can identify and utilize some, you can see the first, the site map. The down. Wait. Okay, here. So within this dense area, there are, unfortunately we cannot pinpoint right now, but there are a lot of alleyways and a lot of like abandoned spaces that are not utilized. It's just basically a large site clearing. And it's interesting because as you walk along this Jalan Masjid Lama, you are actually able to see the access towards this abandoned land. So this is an interesting point of reference because then you can create a pocket park, which is basically small parks when the place is already very dense. So you can utilize that park as just a green lung, a spot of green lungs. So there are many opportunities around this Jalan street where these streets are accessible and can be seen. So usually when we walk around this bit, all this street, there will be alleyways and alleyways that leads to an open space that are currently abandoned and not utilized. So this is one of the places that we are also thinking of doing the bazaars and also bringing more social hubs, which again, like what Pak said, that is actually very good because it can bring back urban parks into what is already a very dense concrete jungle kind of environment. Anybody has any plans?
Okay, at the back of the masjid, it has an old madrasah that have been abandoned. So our solution is to make a new guest house. We can attract new tourists. Besides, it can give an income to masjid instead of tourists come just for walking. Instead of, if Islam, he can solat masjid and also give a little fines. And across the line, across the street, we go to the bazaar street. Just around the corner, we get a little space that identify for the suitable place for the bazaar cross street. So that's how our opinion to make the masjid as the focal point.
But I think more earnestly, I think masjid as a focal point is interesting, but it's also not very inclusive because it is central to just one religious community. So I think for you to make it more diverse, I think the things that you can focus on is actually to create a lot more cultural hub, which is very unifiable, that you can unify the society in various different cultures. So I think things like parks and bazaars and maybe like even art center and things like that are actually more inclusive when it comes to bringing people together. So because what we have right now is actually, I would have to say, although yes, it is multicultural, but I think that is lost already at the moment because you can barely see it. So what we want to do and what we hope to do in the future, if we were to propose something different, we want to bring back the look, not just the look, but also the culture of multi-diversity back in the area because that's important. So again, local parks, art center, museums, cultural hubs, social gathering spaces, things that can bring people together and make people feel altogether inclusive and not just restricted to just one thing, which is the mosque. That's it.
Sorry. I think this is a really interesting region or part of Kesavan. And I really like this street where you have all the spare part shops. And it reminds me very much on a part in Cairo, in Egypt, where you have all these spare part and workshops for the motorbikes and for the cars and so on, repair shops, and where you have also side by side some of those empty spaces reused by artists and also for coffee shops that are very different. You're really using the workshop and just selling coffee there, which is really interesting. So then you would facilitate what is happening in this commercial part and combine it with different other things and not only focusing on the mosque. I think the area around the mosque is really interesting, but to use the whole area there would be really fine. And I also like that you wanted to include the river and concerning the waste management. It's always nice to just say waste management, yeah? But to have some ideas about how can we start with waste management, yeah? So a proper, I don't know, waste removing idea to separate different waste. So it could be an example, especially in a commercial area, because commercial areas have commercial areas in this special field. They have perhaps more possibility to separate like the more iron things or the metal things and the plastic things and so on and so forth, and perhaps to reuse it and to reuse trash for art, as we see tons of examples in Jogja in the moment, a very active scene working in this field. And I think this would be a cool chance, especially for this area, opening up very different things, especially also for the river. And the river, again, the retaining walls, I'm not so sure or you heard perhaps about in Europe. Now we have a huge law on renaturalization, huge discussion. So getting rid of all these retaining walls again, yeah, so because this is one of the main causes for flooding again. So you have to think differently. Not build now the retaining walls that you perhaps have to remove in the future. So, but really think how I can use a riverbank more green and with more trees and different trees. Yeah, so to really save it in a way that these whole slopes are really secure. And especially so many different plants in this direction. Some of them is quite scarce, quite expensive. But still, if more people would use it, more things in this direction would be produced, then it will be getting more affordable in the future. Thus, the whole river revitalization would also go in a better direction. So always think, so it's not for your case now in particular, but keep this in mind for the future, that is really keeping more on the side and reusing what's there in terms of also shops, and if it's just like commercial and just boring things like spare parts. But if you look it in a different way and look what people do with spare parts or trash of spare parts, that can be really exciting. But you've done great job again, yeah, for also related to the given time. And thank you very much for your really nice presentation. Thanks.
You'd like to respond to Dr. Ulrich first?
Yeah, no, thank you. That was a very interesting and very nice feedback. We'll take note.
Yeah. I have a different opinion from you, Najat. I think the identity of this area should remain as a Muslim area, because you have to see from the bigger picture of the whole Kesawan. As you have seen, you have 4 districts, right? Previously, they presented the Hindu, and this is Muslim, and another one is Zhongafi, Chinese. Yeah, so it is important to remain the identity for Muslim community in this area, and that will attract people. Not always multicultural area will attract people. Monoculture that is strong and unique and in-depth will attract people also. That is my opinion. And then why is always the museum being outlined? But the mosque, sorry, but the museum Al-Aliyah, Al-Wasliya. Yeah, Ulrich visited that museum before. It's a wooden building, right? It is a nice museum. Why that can't be your attraction? I mean, yeah, it seems that you've forgotten that, that germs. And then, and then you propose the river as your main attraction. So where is the point of entry, the jetty? Have you proposed where people can go for boat? Boat ride? I'm not sure. Yeah, because officer from a local authority, right? 2 days ago, sir, what is your name? Yeah, Ubili, yeah. 2 days ago, we went for the water rafting along the river. Yeah, and it is the river is not deep enough, and then and we sit on the plastic rafting kind of thing. It is very adventurous. And then it is a good experience, but we see from the different view of the city. We see from the view of the Sungai Delhi, where we can really see trashes, rubbish along the river, and a lot of activities happening there. Yeah. So what can we do on those activities, the people's behavior? Sometimes it is easy to propose the water, the waste management kind of thing. But do you think of the behavior of the people will change? Yeah. So you have to think deeper how to actually influence the people's behavior. That is another thing. So there are many points here. And then you want to propose the cable, the mesh cable that is happened around the Kesawan. I think they have did some improvement or those that are Fish route, that one, yeah, but not other routes. So you have to think of how to, I mean, the cost. You have to have people proposal on the cost and how you're going to manage the cables. Okay, and then the vision. It is the vision that you show. Let's go to the slide of the vision. Yeah, I agree with these officers. It is not the vision. Less on the vision. This is a mission. Mission. You know, you want to do something to facilitate. Blah, blah, blah. But the vision is some object that you want to achieve. So what do you want to achieve actually? Do you want to achieve a sustainable heritage planning that is too void? I mean, yeah, too big and then not really touching the ground. Yeah, I think that's all from my comment. Please kindly respond. I think from the group members who haven't voiced out. Yeah, please respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. I will pass this to my young teammates.
First is the Muslim identity. Second is the people's value and the behavior, although you do a lot of waste management. And how are you going to plan the jetty, the point where people can contact with the river? Fourth is the what? The museum. Why that museum can't be an attraction? Fifth could be the vision. So there are many questions here. Please kindly rotate yourself and answer us. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lim, Dr. Lim. I will answer the first question in terms of the Malay, the cultural heritage. We agree with you now. Okay, sorry. I'm just going to answer for the first question. She's too shy. For the first one, we take note and we appreciate the feedback because you are, I think you're right. I think when I think about it now, yes, actually that's right. So yes, we agree with that. But the second one, in terms of the jetty focal point and access.
So for the revitalize the river, actually, we really worried about the actually for the heritage preservation, which is we know that this site is currently having flooding issues. So because we worried this site will lose the heritage and culture, we want to revitalize the river by create a lot of green buffers and maybe also provide a little bit, maybe a retaining wall, and also provide for community engagement to do their culture activities like they do like fishing, menjala, and maybe a jualan like bakso, kuih at the side, and yeah, mostly we are worried about the increasing the water level could affect the heritage site. So we want to revitalize the river so to prevent the area from the flooding. Okay. And the next question about the what?
I might just try whatever you want. It's a practice. It's okay. No rights and wrongs. Yeah.
So for the vision, as first I was thinking that the surrounding of the masjid Lama Gang Bangkok, is this the space are not very that safety. In this proposal, we are trying to insert the concept of CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, which is that principle. The first one is the first surveillance. Surveillance in the principle of CPTED is the surveillance. Surveillance, we are in planning. We are trying to do it for the building must be facing at front, and the windows are same for the building. But we must remember, because Kesawan is a heritage city, we cannot demolish or change the physical buildings, right? Just like click. Okay, so I choose to pick the sustainable heritage, which means because according align with the proposals. Proposal which at daily we said is green shadows. In green shadows, we are in a line to make a reinforcement of tree preservation along the riverside. So instead of doing retaining wall, we think that preservation on tree along the Delhi in the Delhi River also need to do because of the flood. There is some trees that in Malaysia we call it as Semenian trees. In Indonesia we call it pokok hujan-hujan. Pokok terang besi.
Suggestion, I think. Okay, the SEPTEX proposal is good. Try to think of the SEPTEX 7 principles. One of that is surveillance and natural what I forgot. So that is good. So, but you mentioned, like Uri mentioned, spare parts shops. Those are very boring. Can you turn the boringness to the attractiveness? Because you think of the commercial blue area. Can you turn one of the side, the lot, to become a spare part museum? Spare parts cafe? Bazaar or spare parts? I'm not sure. You have to explore. You turn the boringness to attractiveness. Yeah. I think that is more important. Yeah. Commercial people, they are profit oriented. If you can bring profit to them, why not? I mean, you bring profit to them to have other activities, cafe or museum or whatsoever bazaar. That could be one of the options. Yeah. What do you think of my proposal? Please try to respond. Thank you.
I think I think it's can made in interior of building because the building in area many abandoned building. So I think a bazaar spare part can be made in interior of building.
I think this is my group. Good job, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, most of your proposal, I mean that's for the improvement of the utilities, yeah, for the area. Yeah, I agree with your proposal. But you know, there's another thing that you have to think about the how to rearrange the housing along the street, you know, because all the building back to the river, I mean that's not facing to the river, they put their back house, yeah, they face to the street, and the dirty part, the most dirty part is the back house. So the river become, I mean, no role, no, I mean, influence for the people there. So that's why I think it's a thing about how to propose maybe for the government also. The houses along the river has two faces, to the street and to the river. So the river will become, I mean, that's the role is, I think is yeah, to enhance the role of the river, and also the promenade, yeah, during the river. I also, but retaining wall, maybe it's not many space there. Yeah, better to have a green area there with the promenade or pedestrian along the river, and allow the people to have fishing or sitting there. Yeah, but I think it's collaborate with the another board. Yeah, we call it Badan Wilayah Sungai. Yeah, because the local government cannot involve much with the river because it's not their, I mean, that's authority. Yeah. That's why I think it's a government, local government can make a like regularity, the houses, the building along the river should have two faces, and they have like a terrace or, I mean, open space, yeah, to face the river. So I think it's too important is to rearrange, yeah, the houses along the river, and then allow the, I mean, that the people, yeah, there is a way to the river. Sometimes the people doesn't know how to reach the river from that from the street. So give good paths, yeah, good paths to reach the river. And another is about the spare parts shop. I think, yeah, the people, Medan people have, I mean, this image, that area, yeah, long time ago for the spare parts shop. So maybe you have to rearrange the facade, the pedestrian, strengthening the character or I mean, the function of the spare part. I mean, that's for the motorbike, yeah. And this is the northern part of the masjid, Jalan Masjid. And the southern part is for the printing. Yeah? Also the printing, I don't know where they put their waste for the printing, I don't know. So I think it's need to think about the, I mean, that's know the activity for the printing, and then where they put the waste, and then rearrange, yeah, along the Masjid Lama in the southern part, you have to rearrange the facade and the pedestrian along the street. Then, from that junction, I think is the shortened part is there's directly to the Chong Afi mentioned. So there is a good vista actually from the Jalan Ahmad Yani 1 or 2? 1, yeah. 1, I think. Ahmad Yani 1 Street, yeah, 1. So Ahmad Yani 1 Street from Masjid Lama Street to Ahmad Yani 1 Street and then Kesawan or Ahmad Yani Street. So that vista is very good. I think you have to propose rearrange the vista from the Masjid Street to the Ahmad Yani Street. So the people can see, oh, that's that's Chong Afi mentioned. Okay, so it's a very good vista. Thank you very much.
It's all from our group. Thank you for attention and good morning.
All right, thank you, Group 3, for your amazing presentations. Now we will spin the wheel again to see who's next. And Group 2. Group 2 have been working on Kesawan Square. Group 2, please came forward. Group 2, prepare yourself. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, lecturer. We are from Group 2. We are in District 2 on Kesawan Square. My name is Rian, there are Farah, Faiz, Azni, Suci, dan Laura. And we already observed about the Kesawan Square yesterday, and now we are going to talk about the Kesawan Square. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, now analysis of the environment. We talk about the sites. Since the Netherlands colonial era, the Kesawan area has been used as a trading area that is quite busy, visited by the traders from all over the world. As a trade and commercial center, many buildings and structures were built in the Netherlands start to express their colonial power and dominance. Netherlands architect and engineer were also instrumental in designing and construction building by combining European architectural elements and local tradition, creating a distinct Netherlands colonial architectural styles. Next.
So next, I'll be presenting about the history of the site. So as we know, Kesawan Square, or we call it as Lapangan Kesawan, is one of the historical places in Medan, Indonesia, which really signifies the history and cultural of the city. So basically, this Kesawan Square already started during the Dutch colonization period and was built as a public square for cultural events and civic activities. So when the time flies, over time, it has grown as the center point for coming together, markets, and jollification, adding to its cultural and social value, which is Kesawan in that time already become like a social gathering places for community. And as we can see, the architectural style for this Kesawan Square already has a mix of colonial and local architecture. So it all back to the date in the early 20th century. And the Kesawan Square already experienced the urban revitalization, and now it's a public, vibrant area for cultural activities and leisure alike. So next, we'll be talking about the natural features.
Okay, now we proceed to the natural features. So at the Kesawan Square is, for your information, at the Square is not element of the natural feature because the Kesawan Square are the main center of the heritage building. So Kesawan Square is not have a natural features like the river, lake, and also forest. So there is also no landscape or open space. As we can see, all the area is already fulfilled by a paving block. So there are only newly replanted trees that we can see along the Kesawan Square. So next proceed to the tangible intangible.
So next, tangible is what which can be cycle touch. So all cycle things are tangible. Example like building in Ahmad Yani, Lonsum, Chong Afi, and else. Intangible is which can be only experienced in Kesawan Square. We have Independence Spirit, Chinese New Year period, and else, which is we can feel that beauty, godness, delight, joy, and happiness. Next. This that I've said, the example is Chong Afi mentioned, Lonsum, and Tip Top. Next to the
Next slide. Okay, so now we proceed to the analysis of the environment about the building level and function at Kesawan Square. So from the analysis using the RMAT software, we have released some analysis related to heritage building. So among them is the analysis of the height of the building and analyze about the related to the function of each floor of the building. So therefore, the finding from the analysis of the height of heritage building, it seems that the heritage building in Kesawan Square on average show a lot of two-story building compared to others, which is almost 80% of the total number of heritage building. So, nevertheless, the analysis also shows that the skyline of the building is not parallel and shows the image of the uniformity of the building. So, next slide. Okay, so therefore the finding from the Regarding the analysis of the building functions for each floor. So finding shows that Kesawan Square has a large number of empty and non-functioning buildings. Therefore, we can see that the percentage of building function for level 1 is almost 40% non-operating. So, while for level 2, it is almost 50, and this make this a major issue in this finding. However, the average secondary function of heritage building for Kesawan Square is as a shop house and office. So in the Kesawan Square, the primary function of heritage building is to shop house and office. So from the analysis, okay, next slide. Okay, from the analysis of finding, Kesawan Square contains several uninhabited buildings that are not used, causing the structure to become obsolete and ugly. So, furthermore, this historic structure has a potential to become a heritage building that attract the public by modifying the facade without affecting the current facade design. So next we proceed to the image of the site.
So this is just some of the images that we took during the site, which is, as we can see, the Kesawan Square is in the linear spatial organization in the first pic. And then this is Kantor Badan Hukum, which is one of the historical building in Kesawan Square. And the next picture is our team working hard for this assignment.
Okay, now to the community profile. We are already interviewed 10 people in the Kesawan area. 4 of them are girls and 6 of them are boys. From the 10 people we are interviewed, 4 of them are society who live in the Medan. 1 of them are neighborhood who live in the Kesawan Square. 2 of them are employee and 3 of them are student. Next. We asked about what they do in Kesawan Square, and they just say they are walking around, hanging out, and working there. And what they say about the Kesawan Square, they say they really enjoy sitting and hanging out in Kesawan, especially in the evening and in the night. They say sometimes they get disturbed by riders who are passing on the sidewalk. We asked them what building they like. They say all of them like Jongavi, some of them like Lonsum, or known as London Sumatra, and some of them like Tip Top restaurants. And what they hope for the Kesawan Square, they hope all the buildings are operated well, and they also hope for our buildings are not get rebuilt and still have the same heritage theme as the Kesawan Square. Next.
The first challenge is parking lot for a car motorcycle. This area lacks even motorcycle parking, can only park in front of the store for car parking. It takes up a little pedestrian lane, so can that do not get a place will park carelessly on the edge of the pedestrian. And worst of all, motorbikes also cross the sidewalk of pedestrian. The second is shelter bus. There are no bus stops in this area. Bus stops are found in the post block or in the near the city hall, which is quite far from Kesawan Square. Why should there be a bus stop anyway? Because along of Ahmad Yani Street, there are many historical buildings that are still functioning. This can facilitate visitors in transportation their activities. The third challenge is vegetation. Vegetation is also very minimal. There are only a few trees planted with a distance that may be quite far. This can result in high increase in heat when the weather is hot. We cannot discuss with the weather, so we are the ones who think about it. Next, opportunities. The first opportunities is many historical places, of course. And the second is become a tourist destination. Kesawan Square is unique because it is nowhere else in the city and something different. This makes it destination to visit. The third opportunity is increase micro, small, and medium enterprises. In Indonesia, we say UMKM. Kesawan Square is crowded only at night. How do we make it crowded all the time? By reviving activities there, such as buying and selling consumables, namely food and beverages, making them have a place to visit, not just sitting on the pedestrian, which is still lacking in safety and comfort. Next.
Okay, for the vision is making Kesawan area a highly reputable heritage tourism area. Kesawan will remain a historic area by increasing its economic and tourism value and paying attention to the safety and comfort for visitor. Next slide, please. Okay, principle one, creating public transport or bus stop to make it easier for visitor to access public transportation around the Kesawan area. Two, turning heritage building into a place to expand economic numbers with the aim of enhancing active neighbor. Its example, refitting empty building in the Kesawan area by turning them into MSME business premise. Point 3, provide comfort and safety for visitor or pedestrian. For example, making a bollard stand or vegetation on pedestrian to prevent motorized vehicle user from walking on pedestrian. Next.
So this is the proposal of our side, which is we want to create a public transport bus stop, which is before this inside we don't have a bus stop in this Ahmad Yani street. So we have proposed two bus stop in this street, which is nearby of the heritage building because want to tourists easily get there. So the proposed bus lane near Kesawan Square in Medan is strategically positioned to provide convenient access to public transport for visitors and locals, while also preserving and highlighting nearby heritage building and potential spot within the area. So the blue one is the heritage building, and the red line is the bus lane that we want to propose. So next slide. So next, we want to turning the heritage building into a place to expand the economic numbers with the aim of enhancing active neighborhood. This is the potential building that we want to do the heritage cafe, because this building is empty and have a uniqueness of the facade of this building. So We also want to use theme like intense, cultural heritage from the Chinese heritage, because we want to use back the Chong-Afi theme, Chong-Afi theme of their building, and want to feel the vibe of the heritage from the Chong-Afi building. So next, we want to provide a comfort and safety pedestrian for visitors. So we have proposed bollard, shrub as a barrier, and also vegetations. So for the shrub, we want to prevent the people from crossing the pedestrians pathway with their motorcycle. Next, bollards can be used to prevent the motorcycle from using the pedestrians lanes. And lastly, we propose trees around the pedestrians pathway to provide shades and ensure comfort by protecting people from the suns. So next. So this is some sketch from our teams. The first one is the London Sumatra buildings. And this is the Chong-Afi building mentions. And lastly is the tip-top buildings. So next, thank you. That's all from us.
I think it's my short question. As a good urban designers or architecture, you have to analyze the scope of work comprehensively. So my question is, including the traffic management, yeah, you have to analyze that component. My question is, do you think it's possible to make this area as less motorized vehicles or inclusive for pedestrians? So the area is only for walking, as only for pedestrians. Is it possible for you as yeah, the question? That's all.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the question. And I think it's possible to make it, for example, less. We need to reduce all the heavy traffics in the Kesawan area. That's why we propose creating a public transport in Kesawan area, for example, the bus stop. So maybe when people use the public transport as the main vehicles to the Kesawan area, then they can only use all the pedestrians and everyone can walk freely in the Kesawan area, and there will be less motorcycles or cars in the Kesawan area. So that's why we propose the public transport, and we want to improve the safety for the pedestrians.
Yes, these streets will open freely for others, not for the public transport only, like bus, because we want to this street like lively, not but but the public transport is for make sure the traffic jam is reduced. Uh, and is there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation from group 2. But I think the proposal is less interesting. You know why? I cannot see how you project the image of this area. So what is the image or identity of each area? Can any one of you answer? Yeah, before I proceed. Go back to your vision, please. Vision. Let me see your vision. Okay, you see or not, you want to create some kind of heritage tourism area. So what kind of tourism? What kind of heritage? It is not clear. Okay, what do you have at this area? What do you have? That is your asset. Okay, what do you have? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so far at the area Kesawan Square, before that we make a vision of the making Kesawan area a highly reportable heritage tourism area. We identify the Kesawan Square have many interesting of the building heritage like the Ajong Afi, TikTok. So we also interview the respondent at the area of the Kesawan, and they tell me when they come to the Kesawan Square, we want to the Ajong Afi and TikTok. So this is a good advantage to we make the Kesawan Square to be a reputable heritage tourism. But before we make the Kesawan Square to be the reputable heritage, we must to improve the facility, the safety of the pedestrian, because when the heritage area, we must have the good of the pedestrian. Because the also tourism come from the Malaysia or China must like to walking at the pedestrian. So proposer must to propose lah suggest the landscape bolat to give a good culture to the tourism. So the main interaction at the Sawah Square is Anyofi and the TikTok. Okay. So furthermore, we propose the boutique like hotel is like the for example at the Pulau Pinang, just now have a at Melaka have a Peranakan boutique. So we apply this best practice to make at the Kesawan Square to attract the all tourism. So at the boutique, we propose the boutique to apply use the concept of the Anjo Afi to attract the because when people come to Medan, they want to go to the Ajong Fi. So like that, we can also try to sleep at the boutique like hotel, like the Ajong Fi punya style.
To create a boutique for Peranakan.
Yeah, okay.
Or museum.
No, no.
Not
So
museum.
boutique, boutique hotel to
Boutique hotel.
visitor to feel the environment of the Ajo Alfi. Okay.
Yeah, that is thinking you have to do linking the focal points together and show the identity of that street. But that street is a newly renovated street, right? So yeah, last year. So if you think that the pedestrian walkway is not well designed, that is a slap to the authority. I think so. Yeah, I think they are well designed, but there must be a reason why they didn't put so much plants. Because one of the reasons I heard is the plants uh, what the plants are hiding the design of the building or facade. So that's why I'm not sure. But for me to walk along the street also is very hard. I mean the landscape is hard. So there must be more trees planting there. I'm not sure why. Maybe you can listen to officers. Yeah.
Yeah, let me explain you. Yeah, since we plan to make this area as inclusive, by inclusive I mean that less motorized vehicles. So in the next 5 or 10 years, it's only can access by pedestrians only. So there is the integrated planning with Lapangan Merdeka, since we plan to develop Lapangan Merdeka with 3 basement as a car park. So the private car can park their vehicles on the Lapangan Merdeka, then can walk to this area. So it's simply we want to we plan this area similar to Malacca Jongker Street. Yeah, yeah, Jongker Road. Yeah, it's Malacca. It can only access by pedestrians. So the concept is less motorized vehicles. That's why my question is do you consider that the traffic system can make possibility for this area only for pedestrians? Yeah. So since the main attraction of this area is the facade of building, the style of the building, the architectural, then we cannot enjoy the building only pace by. That's why if you walk pedestrian, you can enjoy the building. So as a government, we plan to develop this area and the pilot project for non namanya, utilized on the air. So we put it on the sub, yeah, to enhance the quality of the visual of this area.
Yeah, according to them, because I heard also that it is planned to make it as a pedestrian street, and then when you do that, the street is wide enough that you could still plant the trees in the middle of the street, and then you can still enjoy the facades. Yeah, because you see in many examples of pedestrian roads where you have very nice facades, you have greenery so that you can enjoy walking there, and it's not so hot, and you still can see the facade. So you need, of course, a very proper planning for that, and a lot of measuring then in these terms. And what I'm a bit wondering why you just focused on the Jongafi building so much, because there are so many buildings, especially in this road, that are so of particular features. So just from the beginning, from Lampangan Merdeka, this one building with the huge columns, then you have this one just on the other road with this black decoration ornaments on the building. So there are so many of those. If you walk, especially in this road, that it is really worthwhile to take more look at that. And that's why we also encourage you to sit there and make your sketches and work on that and see why this is so particular different, especially in this road. Yeah, so it's one of the main roads, and that makes it also so interesting to see, to analyze also why is here the scaling of the different things a bit different than to the streets in the back, and also the other areas that we saw. So to make this as the face of Kesavan would be really interesting. Yeah, but for this you need a lot of details and just starting with it. So because what we could do in this very short time, and still what you did was great for given the or thinking about the given time, but still then you really have to focus on what is popping in right away when you're going there. What are the things, and not the first you heard, not just Chongafi, and not just the very, very obvious, but just look there, and there are so many really interesting and very different things that you won't see if you go in the backyards. So just when you do something like this in the future, think about that. Yeah. So and be curious, and also look for yourself, not too much. Of course, it is important to do your research beforehand, and you listen to everybody who is telling you the introduction things. But if you are in the field, then just look by yourself. What are interesting things? So what makes it a bit different compared to the other areas around here? And what is really speaking to me and telling me I'm special? And then underline it, enhance it, because then for the urban regeneration, especially people who are not living there, very often, if they give a new perspective or a new idea and say, this is really interesting, why is this different? And very often people who are living here are so used to that because they are passing it by every day. But if you as a visitor coming and ask, why is this in a different scale? Why are here the columns? Then perhaps people think again, yeah, and say, of course it's there, why was it? And then there is the collective memory of the people, and then they start to think again, and then it's also getting a new value. And that's what you can do, even if you are there for just one day. But thanks for your work, and yeah, and I hope you learned a lot and can use it in the future for your documentation and also for your planning. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all for our presentation. Thank you all, and good morning.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Now the last group, group 1, please prepare yourself.
Yes. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to judges, lecturers, and ISCA participants. And we are from Group 1, and we would like to present on the urban regeneration of District 1, which is we will be focusing on the historic Pajak Ikan Lama in Medan, Indonesia. So our team has worked hard to explore the potential of this vibrant area and to propose a vision that balances the cultural preservation with the modern development. It is my pleasure to introduce our dedicated team first, who have worked incredibly hard to bring his presentation to you. So our team is composed of 11 talented members, and it is guided by our esteemed mentor, which is Dr. Orlik. And we have a dynamic group of 11 team members, which is 7 offline members, and the rest is online at their own country. And I think it's just introduce our offline participants, which is the first one is me, myself, which is Irshad Naki Debi Idrus from UITM Perak, Malaysia, and Munir from UPM, Adriana from UITM, Nurul Huda from UPM, and then Azahra and Wella from USU, and then the last one is Laura Angelica from UNISCA. Next. So this is the content that we will present, which is the analysis of the environment at Pajak Ikan Lama, and then the challenges and opportunities, of course, the vision, the principle and the proposal of the urban regeneration. So I will start about the site first, which is Pajak Ikan Lama, spans over 170 acres in the heart of Medan, and it is a key area that merge historical landmarks with the modern commerce. And as you can see in the map, the district is defined by its iconic streets and the building, each contributing to the area's rich cultural tapestry. Next. So I will read first about the Pajak Ikan Lama historical background, which is this area is the driving force of the trade and commercial activities in Medan City, with the location is between Station Kereta Api Street and Perniagaan Street, and there are many traders and merchants will fill the market space with clothes, fabrics, and souvenirs, and relatively close distance from Pajak Ikan Lama to the city center, and make it comfortable for local and international tourists to reach the market. So you may ask, why Pajak Ikan Lama right now is a textile fabric kind of business, but they still call it a Pajak Ikan Lama. So I will explain it on the next slide. Before that, I will present on the historic building on that side first. Next. So the heritage building are also present in that side is Jong Afi Mansion, TikTok Restaurant, London Sumatra Office, and Merdeka Esplanade. And the business center is marked with the multi-level buildings, traffics, and the presence of historical buildings, which is the Perniagaan Street, Ahmad Yani 3 Street, Ahmad Yani Seat Street, Guangzhou Street, and Pembelian Street. Next. So this is the history of the site. I know most of you know this picture, these individuals. So the existence of this building was pioneered by Jong Afi, which is a Medan conglomerate of Chinese descent, who at first transferred his business activity from Labuhan, Delhi to Medan in 1890. So this area is one of the commercial areas in the center of Medan City and known as the Central Business District, and it was initially used for selling fish, vegetables, and meat. However, due to the emergence of Pusat Pasar Medan by the Dutch in 1933, just a kilometers away, the district lost its business. So due to the Pajak Ikan Lama has been repurposed, and then for trading the textile merchandise in 1950s. Next. Okay, so this is the timeline of Pajak Ikan Lama, which is, wait. which is in 1890s, Pajak Ikan Lama was established by Jong Afi, a Medan conglomerate of Chinese citizens, in the request of the Dutch government. Initially, it served as a trading center for the fish, vegetable, and various meats. And then in 1930s, 33s, which is the Dutch government constructed a larger and more modern market known as a Pusat Pasar Medan, located about the kilometers from Pajak Ikan. And once the Pusat Pasar was completed, the trading center gradually moved to its new location, and Pajak Ikan Lama was eventually abandoned. And then for the 1949s, following the Dutch military aggression to Pajak Ikan Lama began to expand significantly. A large amount of clothes from Penang, Malaysia, entered Medan and was sold along Jalan Kirabun near to the Novotel Hotel, an area became known as Pasar Hong Kong. And in the early 1950s, the Medan city government began to regulate the vendors and relocate them, the Pajak Ikan Lama areas, and Chinese traders who were previously dominant began to compete with vendors from modern Aceh, India, Padang, and Arab regions. And in 1950s as well, Salim, a trader who has been selling since the decade, note that Pajak Ikan Lama began to transformation from a fish market to a closed market. And 1960s and beyond, Pajak Ikan Lama functioned as a closed market, replacing its original role as a fish trading center. And the area had also been used as a rubber warehouse before fully focused on the sale of clothes and its accessories. And present day, until now, Pajak Ikan Lama remains a historical witness to the transformation of business in Medan, with over 200 stalls now selling clothes and accessories. The market reflects the economic and cultural change in Medan over time. Next. Okay, for the tangible feature and district, I think I will pass the mic to Adriana to continue the session.
All right, thank you, Ishai. Okay, we proceed to the tangible features. The tangible features that consist of A, which is district, represent land use and also the building functions in the study area, which there are a total of 6 districts of land uses, which consists of commercial, office, residential, museum, religion, and also education. So as you can see, the dominant building in this site area function as commercial, as the specific Pajak Ikan Lama site area are known now for its commercial in textile industry, which began in 1950s. So apart from that, site area also consists of education district, where we found a Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Institute Business Management International, where this is a college that focus on economy courses. Next, office district. There are several inside the site area, where most of the office inside area consists of office that related to banking sector, followed by the religion building, where there is a house of worship found in this area, which is called Gereja Baptist. And also, there are buildings that are functioning as residential, where most of the building that we found already have changes in the facade of the building, where it became more modern. And also, there are a museum building, which is a famous Jong Afi mansion that also found existing at this area. Next, we proceed to B, which is path. Okay, path consists of road, circulation, and also intersection, where intersection that existing in the site area. As you can see, basically there are a total of 10 routes. 10 routes are listed, and some of it are Jalan Perniagaan, Jalan Perdagangan, and Jalan Pembelian. As you can see from the name of the road itself, it represents that this area is a commercial area. So for the circulation, the roads around Pajak Ikan Lama are one way, where this suggests that the roads are underutilized as it fits the busyness of the site area. Apart from that, we also found several interlockings, especially along Jalan Perniagaan and also Jalan Kereta Api. But based from our experience during site visit, due to the existence of illegal parking and also illegal placement of food stall, making it not functioning as it's supposed to be. So we were not able to use it as a pedestrian. Okay, proceed to the next slide. I'll pass the mic to.
Okay, I will continue with the notes and landmark. The landmark in this site is we have an educational institution is ST IBMI, and we have a Menara Mandiri is the office of a Bank Mandiri, and we also have a Tanjung Afi is the historical or cultural landmark which attract both local and tourists. We also have a Gereja Baptist, a church that serve a dual purpose, both of a religious and Bank Mandiris. We also have the commercial district, which is the local economy with the textile and fabric industry. For the next, okay, intangible feature at the Pajak Ikan Lama. Pajak Ikan Lama, known as oldest commercial district, in this area hosts a rich history tied to the textile industry. Shop in this district still cater the textile related the need preserving this cultural heritage. So along the Jalan Perniagaan and the others, Pajak Ikan Lama have renewed their textile trending, offering products like batik, songket fabric, and also the gordon. The area is influenced by rich trading culture, where the majority of the good textile base. They also have a ethnic diversity for the trading communities. It design the traders from various ethnic groups such as local residents, Chinese, Indian. We know as a Pakistan, Arab, and Turks because the economic of the textile. So this area is entering the traditional in the textile industry, not only serve a practical needs to the local community, but also to maintain a cultural continue to today. So the variety of traders is different background and can change the experience.
So as for the site features, I think we could conclude that the district diverse features range of commercial and residential areas to educational institutions, and there is also historical landmarks in that area, like Jong Afi mentioned, and each of these elements plays a crucial role in defining the character of Pajak Ikan Lama. And for the circulation and traffic analysis, I think despite of being designed for two-way traffic, there is also the roads around Pajak Ikan Lama function as a one-way due to the underutilization compounded by issues like illegal parking, and this challenge highlight the needs for better traffic management and infrastructure development through our vision. And the notes and landmarks also, we could conclude that the district is anchored by several key elements such as Menara Mandiri and Jong Afi mentioned, and which is not only served as a navigational points, but also as a symbols of the area historical and economic significance. So next for the community profile. Oh, so wait. This is the image that we capture around the site to show the architecture elements and the story of the buildings. Next. So this is the sketches that we used to do a live sketches on the area, and maybe I could give to Laura Angelica to explain.
As we can see, this is some sketches that we do on Pajak Ikan Lama, but we more focus on Perniagaan Street. The first sketch is building beside New Garden, located in Jalan Perniagaan number 32A, Medan. This is a new building, but it adapt colonialism style, so it stands out between that area and had potential to be a public space. And the second one is M Decor first store, located in intersection of Perniagaan Street. It is a storehouse that built during colonialism era, and in that store they sell curtains, and local people sell drink and food in front of that store. But there is a problem that there's lack of parking area, so the motorcycle park along the street of the intersection between Perniagaan Street and Perdagangan Street. And the third sketches is old storehouse on Jalan Perniagaan number 16, 17, and 18. In these three stores, they sell fabrics and clothes. This storehouse also built during Dutch colonialism. And another sketch is storehouse also on Jalan Perniagaan, and the last one is a street view from Jalan Kereta Api.
For the community profile, I give it to interview team to.
The community profile of Pajak Ikan Lama, based on our interview with 10 individuals, the age distribution reveals that 60% of the population is between 20 till 30 and 40 till 60 years old, representing the most active working groups. The younger and older demographics are smaller but still significant. Professionally, the majority of respondents are engaged in commerce, with workers and sellers making up the largest portion. This reflects the market roles as a hub for a local economic activity where the workforce is a mix of parking attendants, sellers, owner, and general workers. These findings suggest that the market is sustained by a diverse yet interconnected group of people whose livelihood are closely tied to its operation.
So most of our interview, residents appreciate a different aspect of Medan. For example, Meliang enjoys the vibe and atmosphere in there, and Saret follows the overall ambience, and Meli highlight the friendliness of the Medan. And basically, the primary activities people engage in are working or selling in there. And residents have a strong preference for several iconic buildings in Medan, including Chong Afi Mansion, Post Block, Masjid Raya, and a Tip Top restaurant, also Lonsum Building and Sri Mariam Temple. And looking ahead, there are hopes for Medan's future to including improvement in the economy while preserving cultural tradition and reducing traffic. So I pass to.
So from the community profile, we could conclude that our interaction with the local community reveals a strong connection to the area, atmosphere, and the culture. And the community hopes for a Medan Center around economic improvement and preserving the unique vibe of Pajak Ikan Lama. So in order to propose our urban regeneration. So for the challenge and opportunities, I think I give it to Munir to continue it.
Thank you for my team members for presenting the slide. So we have noticed that there's a lot of challenges, and one of the most challenging factor was the walkability of the site. The site is pretty dominant business oriented. However, if you're going there to conduct business, you can't really walk or you can't really explore the area. And the other factor that we noticed too was the losing of historical cultural aspect of the site, because a lot of the buildings are deteriorating and they're falling apart. And that is not a good sign for an economical driver, especially in business. So we conducted, after we studied those aspects, me and my team members, that there is a pretty dominant champion in the site, which is the fabric and textile market. So we try to focus on that, and we try to emphasize how we can create that as a catalyst to the surroundings of the area. So the opportunities that we focused on here are based on two factors. One is the transportation station that's next to our site. We try to connect the transportation system with the textile fabric market. So it acts as a tourist slash business-oriented trade market. Next slide, please. So our vision is actually based on focusing on the local communities, especially the youth that are in the site. We try to create a program, or more of like a visionary statement that we can conduct an SME sort of incubation store space market, especially at our fabric site. So we try to focus on the urban strategies and implementing certain policies that will sort of ease up opening a business for young entrepreneurs, especially in the field of fashion design and fabric industry. And with that, we wanted to rebrand the site itself in terms of ethnographical branding, to be specific. And that will encourage a lot of the local communities to engage with the site itself and conduct business and support the local communities. As this is going up, we also focused on the idea of the stakeholder engagement. So we also try to open up certain PPP opportunities and CSR, to be specific, where they could sponsor up the youth that are, going to the field of business, which will help the nation and the government itself in exploring that factor. Next slide, please. So, like I said, our vision is opening investment opportunities for the youth and entrepreneurs, because for the youth, the sky's the limit, right? They always strive, they always have the energy, and we should focus there the future. From that, we dedicated the principle of opening up a creative space. So for our specific site, we focused on rechanging the abandoned buildings and sort of renovating them, providing the right infrastructure, and giving them the spaces that they need. And these spaces could be transformed into an incubation centers for them to conduct their businesses in the field of fabric and textile designs. The principal drivers, obviously we need drivers for that. And one of the simplest drivers that we think that's gonna accelerate the process is rebranding the space and making it more appealing and for the Gen Z is Instagrammable. So that would be an ease for them to locate the site. Next slide. Okay, so this is just an example that we and my team members sort of focused on. So as you can see on the left side here, this is an abandoned building. It's been sort of regenerated into a hijab textile boutique. And that would act more of like a store in the first floor and more of like a design workshop on the second floor. So it's not just only about business, it's about bringing in the community, teaching them about the sort of the cultural aspect of designs in fabric and hijabs and any other related sort of subjects that are in that area. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is one of the sites that we proposed. It's pretty strategic because it's very close to the train station. It's on a walkable distance. And if you look at this street right here, next slide, please. This one right here, which is the main focus street. What is the name?
Perniagaan Street.
I can't speak Indonesian, sorry. This specific street is the most busiest one, and it's the focal point of that specific area. And it has a lot of business opportunities, but it's not being appreciated enough. So we focused on, at the beginning, or sort of the first stages, it's kind of re-emphasizing that space, polishing it up, and putting the focal point and the spotlight in it. So as you can see, it's you can't really walk. You can walk, but at your own risk, because the motorcycles are just gonna be passing by. So as a tourist or as a local, you're not gonna be comfortable enough to walk in that site. There's no sort of shading elements in that site. There's no greenery. I guess from a landscape architect, so we're kind of biased on that factor. We need some green pockets or green space. And there's no hardscape elements where you would rest if you're done with shopping or so. So we did a sort of a brainstorming, me and my team members, and we proposed, next slide please, that we close up the road, make it only walkable, no vehicles, no motorcycles. We try to bring the patterns and the fabric designs on the street. We try to sort of adapt to the surroundings in terms of the hardscape of it. We try to integrate some of the greenery or sort of softscape elements in it, as we noticed that the area is lacking of softscape, especially trees and turfs. At the same time too, what we did, we added some shades so that you would be comfortable as you are shopping in that area. Next slide. Go back. All right, thank you.
All right, so for the conclusion of it, this is our vision on the Pajak Ikan Lama, as we need to more like introduce our cultural, like we are wearing today, which is wearing our traditional clothes. Some of it wearing a jubah, which is Munir from Oman. From Malaysia, we wear baju Melayu. So for this pedestrian walkway, I think we could use like a fabric pattern of batik in this area, which is I think the famous batik is batik Kawung. So we could implement the elements of that batik itself to regenerate more inclusive side view. I think that's all from us for District 1, Pajak Ikan Lama. Is there any question?
Just want to start with my remark, because it's my group. And I'm very proud of my group, I have to confess. Thank you very much for the really cool work. You already discussed before, I think the ideas you had are very good. So I think this is also something you could go for. What I think this area has also so many different features. You focused on some of them, which is really good, because there are some of these storage houses. I don't know if you explored them, because they would also provide a lot of interesting potentials that you could use for something. And also the streets that are so narrow that it is really possible to walk around there. So especially for this walking exploration, this area would be of particular interest. But I think to focus on the other ones, which are all obviously already in use, I think this was a very interesting and very nice approach. So thank you very much for the cool work. Next.
I think this is the best group so far. The last one and also the best one. I think so. Um, yeah, also the best one, the last one and also the best one. Just a little question, probably. Um, this picture, this slide, I wonder where do you put, where do you move the parking area? Because this used to be so many motorbikes, and so I wonder, did you plan?
Good question. Yeah.
Second question.
Yeah.
Second question about the front, the facade, the previous slide, please. No, the hijab store. Yeah. This is beautiful, but do you ever think about put a little small ornament like I don't know, Islamic one, something that kind of identity of this shopping area or something, because this is textiles, but it's mostly it's for Muslim community. They sell hijabs and Islamic clothes and everything. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Regarding the first question, so across the street, there's the sort of the train, railway sort of ground or boundaries across it. So we are thinking of, conveying to the government or the local authorities that they could provide a buffer in that space, probably like to 15 meters to 20 meters, where, we would get access for them to park their bikes in there. So it's just across the textile market, to be specific. The map? Yeah. The first map? So on the other side, I mean, it's not physically, you can't really see it, but it's on the other side. Maybe there's another map. Do we have another map? Wait, do we? That's typography. Do we have that? What? Is it? Yeah, it's like, it's just like, I mean, I can always see there. There's like right across, there's like a small buffer that we can utilize for the bikes. As for your second question, we were thinking about making use of the windows specific, and we are thinking about, preserving the actual, windows and maybe polishing them, adding some patterns to it, so that we also want to preserve the facade, the cultural facade. We don't want to gentrify the area. We want to preserve the cultural aspects of it. So we were thinking about applying, if we want to apply those, possibly to the windows, specifically on the second floor. And we were also thinking about the color factors of it. So for example, each alley could have a different color, so that for tourists, as they come in, it would be easy for them to identify where do I want to take my photo or where do I look at the store. For example, if we're looking for a specific hijab store, it's in the yellow alley. If it's, what do we have? What's the Malay thing? It's in the blue alley. So that would act more of like a wayfinding, like a signage system, where they could allocate the ways of the businesses quite easily. Especially for tourists, it's more Instagrammable too. So as we know, TikTok, Instagram now, they are the ones that drive us to go to certain locations. So that would benefit us all in terms of the economical factor and return.
Yeah, allow me to comment. My questions will be more critical to you. Although your presentation is good, but I would like to help you to improve. Okay, first, I think the map you presented is not our designated map. Are you sure that is the area that you are covering? Yeah, is Fira here? Fira, maybe Fira is not here. Yeah, Fira ada. Yeah. I think, there's an article on pajak ikan lama, but that is the article. And our study area didn't include Tip Top and the geography. If you are aware, it is excluded. Yeah. So first question, why you didn't follow the rules? You are playing a game. That the game is the game, so you have to follow the rules. the map is not accordingly. Okay, first. Second, yeah. Second, so the youth that you are talking about, the youth, the vision. Can you go to the vision? Yeah, you try to create opportunities for the youth. And how about the historical relationship, historic building, historic area, relationship to the youth? Is there any connection? Yeah, so that is the question. So if you are doing for the youth entrepreneurship, historical entrepreneurship, if then have you got the feedback from the youth? I mean, from the interviews. Can you show any evidence that the youth will accept or they like your proposal or something like that? Yeah, that is the question. Yeah, thank you.
Um, okay, so maybe I can shed some light on that. So maybe we can take a quick example. For example, Georgetown in Penang. In Penang, it's a pretty historical town itself. And if you go to Penang right now, most of the business owners are in the age of 25 to 35. So I would say that goes across the youth sort of range. Right now, the people or the youth in our site, they don't really realize the opportunity that they're sitting in. And we believe that maybe that could be the next step. Sometimes you're sitting in front of a landmine, but you don't really know that you're sitting in it. So it's more of like we're kind of re-engineering the strategy in terms of going sort of top down. We're going up down, basically. And we believe that that sort of reverse strategy would sort of bring up the youth out of their communities and have them encouraged. That's why we need the incubation sort of program. The incubation program could only be established from the government or the municipality or, for example, the private sectors. And the target itself should be the youth. So we should attract them to the site instead of us asking them to go to the site. Because of the financial issues, it's pretty hard and it's not going to be feasible or sustainable in the long run. So there should be some investments, and I think these investments are going to go into a win-win situation where we can sponsor certain historical buildings, fix them up, facades, interior, everything, and then we provide those to the youth for them to start their own businesses, and that would act as a sort of a snowball effect that will generate more businesses and preserve the historical. So it's a win-win situation for both sides. I hope that answers your question.
Is there any more question?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very impression, yeah, the presentation and also the proposal, idea. Ideas also is a good one. And I just remind you that there's one problem, it's a big problem in that area is parking. Parking. So when we have FGD with the government also, we propose some ideas, yeah, to solve the problem. Maybe I really know about that ideas. So we suppose to the government to take the space under the railway, elevated railway, to have a parking lot. Yeah, so along the station street, so it's become a parking lot for the activities in the Kesawan area. So this is one of the solution. And another solution is right now the Merdeka Square under the revitalization. So there is a parking lot under the Merdeka Square. And also for this area, we propose the idea for the parking lots beside of the Warren Heights that we visited at the first with survey. So at that place also we propose for the part of the area for the parking area. So the idea for blocking the streets, I agree with with you, but I think it's temporarily, not for. I mean that's a long day. So we block at 10. I mean that 10 o'clock in the morning, and then until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So meaning that allow the merchant to loading their thing, selling thing, and then after 10 o'clock, so the way, I mean that the street block, yeah, and then after 5 o'clock, so the merchant can unloading or they, I mean, use, yeah, the streets, yeah, the people use the street for pass through, yeah, and I think it's at night we have to enhance the activities there, because at night it's like a ghost city there. It's very silent. So maybe I mean that's can propose another activities. Actually, and the tip of the road at the street there is a long time ago there is a culinary at the tip. I mean that's at the junction to the Merdeka Square. At night there's a culinary. So they sell food, especially I remember in the past time there is a satay, very satay national. Yeah, I remember. So maybe we can, I mean, that's provide some activities at night there, and then the streets become lively at night. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bu Isnin.
Maybe I'll add a small comment. Maybe it's not related to this, but there is also a good case study. There is something called a foldable parking lot, basically. And a foldable parking lot would be a temporary parking lot that you would build in a very short period of time. And usually those parking lots are dedicated to an expansions of an airport. For example, one good case study is the O'Hare International Chicago Airport. As they are expanding to Terminal 5, they have closed the parking lot, which they are using, to build their new wing, basically, and they have created a foldable parking lot, basically, which they have renovated in 1 month, and it has the same capacity as, the old one has. So these are just some good examples for temporary solutions that we can use until we are completely done with our construction or intervention, basically.
Is there any question? If there's not, so that's probably from our team. Thank you so much for your attention.
All right. Thank you to all the groups for the hard work and excellent presentations. We've seen some fantastic ideas and insightful work across all the projects. And a huge thank you to our judges as well for their thoughtful and question and feedback. All right. And also thank you for our stakeholders that already joined us in this session, and we would like to appreciate you by giving ISJA souvenirs. So please, to our stakeholders, to come forward to take a picture. Okay. All right. All right. Right now, let's also take pictures with all of the students. To all students, please take a place in the center. Please take your place in the center. Go, let's go. Come to the center. Please, everyone, just come forward, everyone, to take some documentary. All right, thank you everyone. And now you can have lunch and also we will moving on to our closing ceremony at Aula Teknik later. There will be that we will announce the best group and celebrate all efforts put into this program. I hope I can see you later. Bye-bye. Group one, take a picture.